Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night Broadcasting Network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Hell Hounds.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the worm's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across temple, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across temple, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Don't you never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community broadcasting from St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Michikent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hell Hounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, right across the bay from St. Petersburg, Florida, where a group of young Garou have arrived from Michigan to act as reinforcements to the Sept of the Evening Star. And these young Garou have finally found their footing as Garou after their first change and have come into their own. But they have faced a great deal of challenges from within and without as the threats of the worm have grown literally from the ground all around them, and they have had to beat back these threats. But can they also handle the threats that seem to be looming within the pack itself? Only time will tell. If you really like what you see here, you should go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down in the description. And if you really like what you see, you should join our community by following that Discord link in the description, where you could come have great conversations with us about the World of Darkness, as well as many, many other topics, and take place in one of the many activities we host on our server. We would love to have you come join us. So come follow that Discord link and be a part of our community. Of course, I couldn't tell this story alone. It would take some pretty incredible players to make this story happen. So let's go ahead and introduce those players now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hello everyone, my name is Jay, and I'll be playing Deadbeat, Bonar Rune. And you will find that there is no care breakers in this pack.
Hi everyone, I'm Nikki, and I'll be playing Delphine Ruinspeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello everyone, my name is Ben. I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox. Hello there, my name is Caity, and I will be playing Aurora Rory Woods, the Bonar Galliard.
Hi everyone, I'm Lilith, and I will be playing the one who can do no wrong, Juniper Camine, Black Fury Ragabash.
So, as they say, when the pack leader is away, the pack members will play. Well, they didn't really get to play that much this past week, as they were under the tutelage of Eliza Ross, the Sept Leader. They had a bit of spiritual teaching under her mentorship as they were taken into the Umbra to learn at the foot of the Stargazer Theurge. And they learned quite a bit. They learned new gifts, they met new spirits, and they had some emotional lessons as well, as they learned a bit about Eliza and her past. But on the way out of the Umbra, they took a little bit of a detour when they found themselves in the Shadowlands, a dark and foreboding place where Garou were never meant to tread. At least not while they were still breathing. This harrowing adventure put them in a very compromised position and may have revealed more than they were meant to learn. And if it weren't for Eliza's quick actions, they possibly wouldn't have escaped with their lives. But they did. Juniper also got to meet her sister for the first time when Jester and Artie met her at the coffee shop, and she was introduced to her sister and finally got to make first contact and get to know a little bit more about her long-lost family member. Deadbeat, Delphine, and Rory had a little bit of a heart-to-heart as Deadbeat sought out advice on what to do about the young woman known as Lila, who approached and confronted the pack at the house looking for Deadbeat to have a much-needed conversation after what seemed to be a long time apart. This week, however, more answers are sought, more questions to be had, more to be done. Let's get to our first scene. Juniper, for the past few weeks, you've had a craving that you haven't quite been able to sate. Every time you've tried to eat, that food seems to turn to ash in your mouth. You can't take care of the hunger that roils in your belly. You know that there's only one thing that will do the job. Something that you've tried to resist, but that urge won't sate. It won't stop. Now, you've had this urge in the past, and to be honest, you've taken care of it. You haven't stopped yourself. But with all of this redeeming that everyone's been doing lately, including yourself, you've resisted. You've tried to find a better path. But you can only do so much. And now, with the fact that you haven't been eating lately, something has to be done. If you're going to continue to be of any use to the pack, if you're going to continue to do good, you need sustenance. So, after doing some research, especially into high-quality builders, you've found a list of employees. And anybody who associates with high-quality builders associates with Pentex. And anyone who associates with Pentex has to be evil, right? At least that's enough of a justification for you. So, in the dead of night, you sneak off to a neighborhood. It's not a particularly nice neighborhood. In fact, it's in the outskirts of one of the more run-down neighborhoods outside of downtown Tampa. The houses here are maintained, but not well maintained. In fact, you would wonder why anybody who works in construction would live in houses like this, especially since they're known for building subdivisions. but it's high quality builders. You know that they're anything but high quality, so it probably makes sense in the long run. You find yourself standing across the street from a small one-story townhome made of brick and vinyl siding. It's about 2 a.m. It's dark. The lights are off inside. The houses here are fairly close together, not giving you a lot of space to maneuver and definitely not wanting to make a ton of noise when you get inside. But this is the address of a William Hansen, who seems to be a foreman of high quality builders who worked on one of the sites nearby, the apartment complex, in fact, that you'd heard so much and scouted out with Ray just a couple of weeks ago. What's going through your mind as you stand across the street from this one-story home?
I am feeling a bit feral, a bit manic, even, with the events that have been happening to me as of late and the Shadowlands incident. I am more guarded and more I'm spooked, but I'm hungry. I'm so hungry, and I don't know why regular food is turning into ash in my mouth. I haven't done anything wrong. I am fighting the fight for Gaia. I'm hoping, and I've been neglecting this side of me, and that might be why these things are happening. I don't know, but what I do know is that right now I have my target, and I need to be very careful.
Observing the house in front of you, there's a small chain link fence, more like a half fence that only stands about 3.5 feet tall, that surrounds the front lawn, and it's barely a lawn at that. In front of the property, there's a little cement walkway that goes up to a small wooden porch that heads into the townhome. There are like small alleys that go around the side of the house, but you're looking at maybe a 8 to 10 foot clearance in between buildings. How would you like to approach?
Do there seem to be any cameras?
Absolutely not. Not in this neighborhood.
Okay. Well, the first thing I would like to do is, are there any like wooded areas nearby, or like some bushes or anything that I'd be able to like crouch down into and like stash my clothes?
I'll say that there is some foliage and shrubbery, but you're not looking at any wooded areas. This is a very, very urban environment, so there's no woods nearby. Like, we are in the depths of the downtown area, very, very suburban area.
Okay. I would like to pull down my beanie a little bit more over my head and look around to make sure that I'm not noticed by anybody before like slipping around to the back. of this townhouse.
Sure, give me a wits and awareness.
Four successes.
As you take in your surroundings, it doesn't appear that there is any activity going on around you. It's a very, very quiet neighborhood at this time of night. Anyone that would be up and moving is well settled into their homes or they're off at work at this point. There are a couple of lights on, but they're at houses further down the block. Doesn't seem like anyone will notice you. Now, one thing that you do pick up is that some of the houses have bars on their windows, and if there were any cameras, they would likely be ring cams, but the house that you are approaching doesn't appear to have a ring cam, and none of the nearby houses adjacent to that house appear to have ring cams. So you'd think that you're pretty covered at this point and that there's nobody that's going to have any eyes on you. As you go to approach the alley, go ahead and make me a dexterity and stealth.
Three successes.
Okay, sliding down the alley, shadows covering your approach. You maneuver alongside of the building and around to the back. Around behind, you find that there's a work truck parked in front of a small garage out back of the townhouse. There's also a small fenced-in backyard that leads into the back of the townhome. There's a back door, a small set of concrete steps that lead down to the backyard, and a sign hanging on the fence that says, "Beware of dog," as well as a doggy door hanging on the back door. So far, there's no movement from inside.
Of course, there's a dog. I grit my teeth and take a moment before making a silent decision, and as quietly as I can, I would like to hop the fence.
Okay, easy enough. You climb over the fence, doesn't even require a roll. As you get over the chain link fence, you find yourself in the backyard. It's not a very big backyard, but now in this small chain linked off area, it's just you, these concrete steps, and the back door with the doggy door leading in. The size of the doggy door would say that whatever dog this is for is probably fairly large.
So if I switched into lupus form, would I be able to get through the doggy door?
Absolutely.
I am going to stash my clothes really quick, and I'm going to change into lupus form and go in through the door.
Okay, so stripping down out of your clothing and stashing them around beside some recycling bins and trash cans that are just outside the back door, you drop down on all fours, changing into your lupus form. As you approach the doggy door, I'd like you to make another dexterity and stealth. Now, you do have the bonus now from your lupus form as you slide into the doggy door.
That one is going to be 6 with a crit.
Okay. Nosing your way through the flaps that make up the doggy door, you're able to press it open slowly. As your night vision adjusts to the inside of the house, you find that you're immediately inside the kitchen, which appears to be on the back of the house. Almost immediately, you catch wind of what's inside the house. The dog. A pit bull appears to be inside, asleep, between the kitchen and the living room, lounged out on the floor. This dog is maybe about 90 pounds, and it's sprawled out on the floor, currently sleeping, snoring away on the ground. It was not alerted to your entrance.
Yeah. I am struggling internally right now. I really don't want to have to kill the dog. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to do what I came here to do without alerting it.
Roll me a composure and resolve.
I got 2 successes and a brutal outcome.
As you consider and contemplate what lays in front of you, that roiling hunger in your stomach seeps up once more. And a voice enters into your mind. It would be so easy. Just do it.
I feel my mouth start to salivate as I think about just how quick it would be. And before I am fully consciously aware, I lunge to take out the dog.
Okay, give me a strength and brawl.
That is 3 successes and a brutal outcome.
Okay. So with a total of 5 successes, you leap upon the pit bull and snap crack. The dog isn't able to even let out the slightest whimper before it's still on the ground. As you're poised over it on the ground, that warm, sticky, wet sensation in your mouth, you feel the hunger continue to rise in your stomach. This was only a taste, and barely that.
I need more. I need more. I look down. I assume that there's a hallway.
There is. As you observe your surroundings, you see that this is a joined kitchen and living room, similar to the one you have at the house. And there is an adjoining room. It's not even a hallway. There's just a door that leads into a room that seems to connect. There's a door on the opposite side as well, which you can guess is a bathroom. But then there's another door that leads into what's clearly a bedroom. And it's even slightly open. It's not even closed all the way. Most likely for the dog to pass back and forth from the bedroom into the kitchen.
As I stare at that door and think about what I'm about to do, I remember what the other Garou have been saying about how the spirits are always watching. And I think about that voice that I just heard in my head. And I stop for a moment, and I'd like to activate penumbral senses.
Okay. Go ahead and spend the cost and make the roll.
Three successes.
As your vision grows hazy, falling into a photo negative, the room grows darker, as if it possibly could, because there's only the ambient light of the clock on the stove. But within the corner of the living room, a dark presence fills the corner. A large, massive form grows out of the corner, looming, red eyes burning, large fangs extended from a maw as it lopes forward. Fenris, the massive black wolf, stares burning eyes in your direction.
as I adjust to this new site, and as Fenris fucking appears in the corner, my hackles immediately raise, and I kind of go into like an aggressive stance and bare my teeth. But I'm very careful not to start growling, because I do not want to wake this person up.
You have nothing to fear from me, girl. I am the spirit of the hunt. I am here to aid you.
I tilt my head and I stop baring my fangs. And I communicate. Are you going to tell on me?
Never. Why would I tell about something that is only natural? Besides, they are the enemy.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
The others don't understand. They don't understand what was taken from you. They don't understand what needs to be done. I understand.
They all warned me against you. Against the Black Wolf.
People are afraid of what they don't understand. People are afraid of power. Sheep run from wolves. Are you a sheep, Juniper?
I shake my head. No. I've never been a sheep.
Then do what you came here to do, and prove it.
I look back over at the door. And I, as quietly as possible, go into the bedroom.
As you enter into the bedroom, you feel the presence of the large wolf loping behind you, as if falling in step behind you. You almost see its large shadow cast over you. Inside the bedroom, it's not a very large bedroom. You can see that there's a small, almost half bathroom with like a shower stall attached to one side of the bedroom. The bedroom is pretty messy. There's clothes on the floor. dresser drawers are half pulled open. You can see a work shirt draped over a small chair off to one side. The work shirt has a high quality builders logo stitched on the back. There's a man in his mid-40s, balding, sheets half kicked off. He's shirtless, wearing just a pair of boxers, snoring heavily on the bed. He's kind of clutching pillows. His hair is very thin on the top of his head. He's got stubble all across his chin. He's got some muscle, but a lot of it has given way with age. He probably can work well in construction. You can see his skin is weathered from being in the sun quite a while, but you can tell he's given way to a lot of office work and being an advisor and less a hands-on type. His hands are very weathered from having worked on construction sites most of his life, but he's definitely gotten into a management position these days.
As I'm seeing all of this, my muzzle and my face just sneers back in disgust. This man, he could choose any job. He could choose to work for anyone else, and instead has chosen to work hard and get promoted and keep a career with a vile corporation that actively seeks to destroy and warp and corrupt Gaia and corrupt the other parts of existence. I can't let him live. I would like to
As you're... Okay. Go ahead.
I would like to make his death quick so that he can't make any sound. But this man has sealed his fate.
Considering your form, you know that it would be a little bit more difficult in your lupus form. You don't necessarily have the strength necessary. Now, Hispo, that might do the trick. You have a little bit more strength, a little bit more size. The other dog, that was easier in lupus form, but this is a full-grown man. And even in trying, he could probably fight back, wrestle you off.
That's very true. Okay, yes, I would like to go into Hispo.
Okay, go ahead and make the rage check.
I did not pass.
Okay. So you lose a rage, but you do still change forms. As you approach the bed, your form growing, your muscles increasing, getting larger and more sinewy, you start to tower over the bed, which is a mattress down on the ground, barely even a bed frame, not even a bed frame. As you stalk upon the bed, you see, with your penumbral senses active, the large black wolf move around the other side of the bed. its large maw open, drool, almost spiritual drool dripping from its maw as it approaches. It stares at you, those red eyes burning, as it lowers its head down with you to keep that eye contact as you approach the throat of the man. Go ahead and make that. Oh, give me a dexterity and stealth first as you approach the bed, just to make sure you don't trigger anything. Now you would be at a -2 with the larger form.
Yep. I rolled 2 successes.
That is still enough. He is asleep. Okay, now give me the strength and brawl. Now you do get additional dice with the strength.
Five successes.
Easy enough. Bearing your teeth down upon the throat of the man, he lets out a desperate gasp, his eyes shooting open as you bear your fangs down into his throat. But before he can let out a scream, you tear out his throat, and instead of a scream, it's just a wet gurgle as blood immediately scouts out of his throat. And he just starts convulsing before dropping and shaking and stopping on the bed, blood coating the sheets. The wolf across from you just chortles. Take your prize.
I look down at my kill. And give out a weird chuckling yap. It's kind of funny that they cause so much damage, but they're so weak. And I begin to eat.
Taking in each bite, each mouthful. This doesn't taste like ash. This tastes so good. This tastes so fulfilling. This is what you've been waiting for. Why would you deprive yourself of this? Why would you ever eat anything else? This is all there is. This is all there should be. This is what you're meant to have. This is what's natural. You are a predator. This is your prey. It's warm. It's succulent. It's rich. As you feast, gorging yourself, eating as much as you possibly can, You don't even notice the wolf disappear. You don't even notice your senses fade. You don't even notice the 2 stains against Hoglosk that you take. As Fenris further gets his claws into you. How much do you eat?
A lot. As much as I possibly can. Because I don't know what my next meal is going to be. And I am lost in a frenzy right now.
Okay. Once you have finished your meal, eating all that you can, you head out to the living room. The bedroom is a bloody mess. All that's left behind is broken bones, torn fabric. You prowl out to the living room. There's still the carcass of the dog. Do you eat that as well, or do you leave that behind?
The dog did nothing wrong. But I am still hungry.
Okay. So consuming that body as well, leaving nothing but bones behind, as well as blood on the ground, finishing yet another meal. Now, your belly stuffed full as it possibly can, with nothing else to eat. You move towards the back door. You're far too large in this current form to squeeze out through the doggy door.
Can I revert back to my lupus form?
Absolutely.
Okay, I would like to do that then. And then I would like to grab my clothes in my mouth and sneak away, still in lupus form.
Okay. Give me one last dexterity and stealth, however you get the bonus in your lupus form.
Seven successes with a crit.
As you slope off, leaving the neighborhood, there will be no signs, and no one will have seen your approach or your departure. But it's hard to hide the fact of what happened here. And a man going missing from a pretty well-known construction company will eventually be found out. And when people go looking, or at least the smell gets found out, news outlets will find out about a wild animal attack and the gruesome remains that were found in a home in a neighborhood. But that's several days from now. All that matters is, for the first time in a long time, you are full. We transition now to our next scene. Our next scene begins in what's becoming a very familiar location to viewers of Hell Hounds, a small coffee shop just outside of the state park that houses the cairn of the Sept of the Evening Star. A place that the glasswalker known as Artie Garfield has now called home, his refuge, where he can do most of his technological dealings, as the cairn has been anything but technologically friendly. Today, Delphine Ruinspeaker has come to visit the glasswalker because she has questions that she needs further following up on in regards to the fate of her parents up in Michigan. Delphine, what's going through your mind as you approach Artie to have this conversation?
She's mostly a little anxious, mainly because when she thought her parents just died in an accident, it felt like it was settled. Like once we got past everything with the will and all of that stuff, closure, done. But now, because of this conspiracy, it's open-ended. We don't know what happened. We don't know who did it, if it even happened that way. It feels like she's not able to get any closure on this, and that bothers her more than just her parents just being dead in general. Just because she didn't have a good relationship with them, but at least knowing that it was done and she wouldn't have to follow up on them anymore, it brought her some peace, and now she's just always wondering.
So as you enter into the coffee shop, there are a few other patrons present in the coffee shop, as well as a barista moving behind the counter. Now, this is a fairly comfortable looking atmosphere. It's got that very modern, almost slightly hippie feel. There's couches off to one side, very overstuffed armchairs. A lot of the patrons look very relaxed as they're reading their books. Some are even playing board games, but off in one corner, far to the back of the establishment, sits Artie, a young man in a vest and button-up shirt with a laptop out on the table, tapping away. He's got his coffee and actually a couple of more empty cups on the table, and he's tapping away. He looks up and gives you a bright smile and waves you over to the table.
She takes a deep breath before heading on over. She's wearing very bulky clothing, and she's a little uncomfortable with the heat now, just because she's not in the cairn where there's at least some breeze, and it's a little cooler than the rest of the state. But just getting inside from the sweltering heat, there is a little bit of relief just because there's air conditioning. And she'll approach the table and just nod to him. Hi, nice to finally meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Have a seat.
She'll set her bag down and she'll sit down at the chair, tuck her hands beneath her legs, and just look around a little bit.
As you sit down, the barista immediately makes their way over and sits an iced coffee down right in front of you before turning and heading back behind the counter. You can relax. There's no reason to be nervous, or I'm not one of the more uptight members of the Sept, so it's all good. I know you've been spending a lot of time with Charles.
She'll look at him just a little bit and pull her hands out from under her legs and reach for the coffee, just checking it out a little bit before taking a couple sips.
Believe it or not, if you'd arrived maybe 6 months before this, I had dreadlocks and wore hoodies, and this is all fairly new to me. I'm still getting used to it myself.
She looks a little surprised at that because she'll just like, Aspen's into dudes with dreads.
I was surprised also, yes.
I literally cannot see that in any capacity. Like, I can believe, and she'll gesture to his appearance now, I can believe this. I would not have bought that she was dating a dude with dreads wearing hoodies and ripped jeans.
He fishes out his phone from his pocket and then pulls it out, brings up a photo of the two of them together from about a year earlier.
Oof. You are every mother's worst nightmare, aren't you?
Hey, I did really well with parents, believe it or not. But at first appearance, no. Yeah, I was definitely not what you wanted to bring home to mom, no.
She'll like chuckle a little bit and not realize that she's just relaxing a little bit with the conversation.
That also being said, I also had a bit of a reputation for being the bad influence, if you know what I mean. And he brings up his fingers to his lips in a toking motion.
Oh, you'd get along really well with Deadbeat and Rory.
Okay, let's not go too far. I've heard things, okay?
They're not that bad.
I know. I tease. Anyway, I just want you to know you don't ever have to worry about talking to me. You don't have to worry about approaching me. If you ever feel like you ever need to talk to anybody, I'm here for you. I want you guys, especially the new guys, to feel like I'm the guy you can go to. I know the others can seem really intimidating. They can seem a lot, but I'm here for you. I get it. I was on my own. I had to learn this whole Garou thing by myself for over a decade. So I've been where you've been. I heard about how you weren't trained very well, how you guys came from pretty rough situation. So I get it. That's all I'm saying. Probably more than the others do.
Yeah, it's not fun being in a sept where you're being gaslit into thinking, into being gaslit constantly and told that you're worm tainted and that you're a liar.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
But yeah, Aspen said that you were the one who she was going to ask to do some computer research.
Absolutely. So I did do a little bit of advanced looking into things for you. And I've already found some interesting information, but I want to warn you that what I've found isn't very informative, but it is interesting. So I'm not going to be able to say like, oh, I know who did it, or I've got answers, but I have leads. I have at least enough to get me started, if that helps.
She deflates a little bit, so basically what I'm hearing is that it's gonna take longer.
Unfortunately, yes. But I can tell you this for certain. It wasn't an accident.
And how do you know that for certain?
Well, I can tell you for sure that all of the appliances were new. All of them had passed inspections. None of them had been recalled. None of them had been defective. All of the gas lines had passed inspection. So any possibilities of gas main breaks or anything like that would not have been possible. A gas leak would not have been possible. I can also tell you that based off of the gas readouts there was an increased gas usage right before the explosion.
So like someone turned on the stove, the gas, but not the lighter.
Well, I couldn't say that, but I can tell you that yes, they turned on the gas. The gas was turned on right before the explosion, an increased amount of gas usage. Like, you can usually tell how much is used for average regular cooking. This wasn't the case. Most likely all of the burners or the furnace or something was turned on right before the explosion, which gives me reason to believe that this was purposeful. Now, the other thing that stood out was the quiet and immediate end to the investigation.
So like the cops just covered it up or something?
Not the cops.
Their bosses.
Yes. Somebody didn't want them looking much further into this. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean... That doesn't tell us much. If they were connected to Pentex, which is a valid theory based off of who they were working with and for, it could be that they just didn't want them looking into their jobs or anything like that. Pentex does this kind of stuff all the time. They will bury anything having to do with their company just to stop investigations having to do with their company. But they put it down. They quieted it.
I mean, they would. It's bad PR.
Correct.
And she kind of just puts her elbows on the table and kind of just rakes her fingers through her hair, just with both hands, just casting her head down a little bit in just sheer frustration. They were middle management at best. I don't understand who would hate them enough to do something like this.
Well, do you think there's anybody they could have rubbed the wrong way? I mean, neighbors, or how much do you want to know? You were estranged from them. How far do you want to follow this?
I honestly have no idea. I was estranged from them, but I don't know. Like, I feel like I owe it to them because they were literally the only family I had, even though we barely had any emotional connection to each other. Sure, I was their daughter, but I got to see them maybe all of a couple of hours a day, if that. They were always at their fucking jobs. Hell, they put me in a school that had dormitories. They were gonna leave me in Michigan when Dad got a promotion, and she was just gonna go with him. They said it was so I could finish out school with my friends. I don't fucking have any friends at school. I don't know, dude. What? I know I barely know you, but what do you think? Should I even fucking bother? They were bad people, right? They worked for Pentex, and everything I'm hearing about Pentex is that they're fucking monsters.
Let me tell you this. There's no such thing as ethical consumerism. We can try all we want. This computer I'm using isn't ethical. Hell, as much as I'd like to believe shopping at this coffee house, as ethical as they want to claim to be, isn't ethical. Whether it's the coffee stirrers or the cups or the lids, there's something about it that isn't ethical. That's pollution, or we try the best we can. But at the end of the day, they might not have known what they were working for. They might not have known what they were doing. Until you had the first change and were told all about this, you didn't know what Pentex truly was. How could you? They were doing a job that paid them, that gave them a successful lifestyle. So blame them all you like to. That's fair. They treated you poorly. Everybody has a story. But can you really say that they knew the full extent of what they were involved with? Pentex is evil, yes, but it's also a shadow corporation that buys and sells companies, that gets involved with a lot of organizations, and that has a trickle-down effect that reaches further than most things even know. Hell, we could have supported Pentex today in some fashion. One of the microchips in this computer could have given Pentex money. But in reality, I still need this to fight. And the good I do with this computer against Pentex is worth the small bit of money I gave them. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt that they aren't as aware as you want to believe they were. Were they bad to you? Yes. Did they hurt you? Yes. Were they bad people? Maybe. Or maybe they were just doing the best they could with what they had. Maybe they came from bad homes and didn't know better. But they were your parents, and you can't trade that. Now, I can't tell you one way or another whether you should chase this down. You don't have to. If you've closed that chapter, if you're resolved, if you have closure on that part of your life, that's good. That's fine. That's okay. That's perfectly healthy. But if there's even some small part of you that's always going to wonder, that's not going to go away. I can tell you that from experience. Let me relate to you with a personal story. My dad left when I was really young. He's still in Tampa. He's still alive. I haven't seen him in 20 years. But he's still out there. Could I go see him? Could I confront him? Yes. Do I want to know what he's up to? A part of me does, yeah. But I've been denying myself that.
She kind of raises the heel of her palm to her eye and just quickly swipes at it. Last thing I ever did to them was rob them again when they were just trying to put me in rehab. last I saw of my mom was her crying that I was killing myself. Last I saw of my dad was him saying that I was throwing away my future. And I robbed them. And left without so much as a goodbye.
Well, that, unfortunately, is never going to change. Even if you find out what happened to them, that you're going to have to come to terms with. The last I saw of my little brother was him looking at me in fear because I experienced my first change. So I understand. But if you think about everything else, every family trip, every other moment, your life wasn't just your last memory. Your relationship wasn't just your last memory. It was every memory. If you focus on the last one and let that define the legacy of the relationship, then that story, that's what's really tainted. And besides, you can change that if you want to. Your story isn't done being written yet.
It's got a shitty start, though.
I don't think so. Not from what I've heard.
I walked into the Sept shamed.
And now?
Still shamed.
Not for much longer from the looks of it.
So do the rest of you guys know, and just not just the my pack doesn't know that with the terms?
We talk. But it's only because we want to see you succeed and we want to help you. We can't help you if we don't know what's going on.
Barely know what's going on anyway.
I don't think that's true. I think you're afraid of what's going on.
Yeah. She'll glance over her shoulder. Fucking werewolf. I used to think this is just fiction. And now I'm this and expected to fight for the living organism we walk on every day. There's vampires just roaming around and ghosts, and you can accidentally sidestep into the place where the ghosts live. And it's fucking freezing. And people's shadows are all out of whack. Then you get called worm tainted because you're friends with a leech who sells you drugs. Everything about what's going on is fucking insane. and would probably get me put in a mental hospital if I even said anything about it. Won't, but it's fucking crazy.
Delphine, you're focusing on all of the negatives again. You're focusing on the last thing. Just like with your parents. What else? What are all the other things that you're ignoring? You can talk to spirits. You're talented with crocheting. You are more than just one thing. You are more than just your mistakes. You have so much to celebrate, but you are focusing on all of the things that are bad, or that you think are bad, that you've been told are bad. What else? There's other things.
You sound like Owl.
There's more. There's always more. There's always more. And I'll take that as a compliment. I spent a lot of time sounding like a fly trapped in a web, which is why I had to leave. Until I discovered my spider and started connecting all the webs again. You need to maybe start sounding like Owl again, because that's why they picked you, and you picked them. You are more than just your mistakes. You are more than just your failures, and you are more than just what other people say about you.
Are you like a therapist or something? You talk like one.
Recently? Yes, but that's not why I'm talking like this. I'm talking like this because I care. I'm talking like this because you're part of my Sept. And even if you weren't, I'm talking like this because you're a person on this planet who wants to be good, who wants to do good, who doesn't want to hurt others. A person who's hurting, a person who needs a helping hand.
Every time someone offers me a helping hand, I just run away.
So stop running. Where would you go anyway?
Silent Striders are nomadic, aren't they?
Yeah. But they always come back. They aren't running, Delphine. They're traveling. There's a difference.
Still nod.
So, that all being said, I come back to the original question. How far do you want to follow this?
If I don't follow it, I'll always be wondering. And my type A ass can't leave anything alone.
so you want to know?
If I know, and if they were bad, maybe I can use that knowledge to try to do some good.
Okay. With that, Artie starts typing rapidly. As he does, several windows start popping up on his computer, including traffic cams, including ring cams, including everything from the surrounding neighborhood and intersections all around the area from the night of their death. Eventually, several images come up on the screen. From several different angles, several images of Juniper appear on the screen.
Can my rage go up?
I would say roll a composure and resolve.
Okay. Spend a willpower. Four successes.
You are able to hold on to your... Stop yourself from frenzying, but your rage will go up.
Stone cold expression on her face. And her eyes are usually a nice warm green, but they've gone almost icy as she stares at the screen. She'll watch the footage and think back to every instance that she's ever mentioned her parents to Juniper, how they died, and Juniper lying directly to her, knowing full well what she did. She lied. Lied by omission, but she lied. Did you know?
Me? No.
Yeah.
This is the first time seeing this as well. I'm going to have to make a call. But
I won't do anything if that's what you're worried about.
oh no, I think you should do something. However, I want you to consider something.
What's that?
Empathy. Why would she do it? Just consider it. I don't think she would do it needlessly. Was it wrong? Yes. Is it wrong to lie? Yes. Those are the wrongs committed here, for sure. But why? Is this something that needs to be addressed? Certainly. Should it be addressed with tooth and claw and violence? I wouldn't be picking that fight if I were you. I have seen how you fight or heard how you fight, and might not be your strongest bet.
Yeah, I'm not a fighter.
But why? Why would she feel the need to go to this length? And honestly, even with this information, it's circumstantial at best. It doesn't prove for certain, but give her the opportunity to explain.
She'll look away from the computer, force herself to not look at it anymore because she just keeps getting angry the more she looks at it.
He closes the laptop.
And she'll reach into her bag and pull out her own laptop and just open it to the screen she had with the news article of Jake Fletcher Jr. So you're clearly good at finding people. Think you can help me find him?
He furrows his brow a little bit, looking over at the article. I'll see what I can do. As Artie begins to work on this new project, what's going through your mind with all of these new revelations and all this new information?
For the first time since her change, she's to this point considered herself a more composed Garou, not one to let the rage within her push her very much. Very level. She's always considered herself, even despite the meth and everything, that she's considered herself a very level-headed person. This is the first time, other than the instance with her brutal outcome a couple weeks back, this is the first time that she's felt how red hot the wolf part of her is. And it's at the forefront of her mind now, kind of just putting human Delphine and spirit Delphine in the back seat so it can drive. And she just is wanting to take heed of Artie's suggestion of empathy and even Eliza's lesson of empathy when it comes to her pack mate, and give Juniper the benefit of the doubt, but small part of her, the part of her that craves closure, can't help, closure specifically with her parents, can't help but be fixated on the fact that she feels that Juniper has stolen any closure she can get with her parents while they were alive from her.
And with that, we transition to our next scene. While the Umbra brought many revelations and granted many gifts, the Shadowlands brought many horrors and instilled a great deal of fear. We all deal with fear in our own way. Some of us go back to old habits. Others revert to comforts and hide within ourselves. In this case, we have two examples of that. Rory went out on the town, going back to old habits of shoplifting and pickpocketing. Deadbeat retreated back within himself, spending most of his time at home, playing on his new PS5 and just sheltering in place. So as our scene begins, Rory arrives home with a bundle of snacks from her ill-gotten ways and some cash in her pocket that she didn't quite earn through legitimate means. Deadbeat, however, is in the middle of a long rally of Call of Duty. The scene is yours.
So Rory's. Oh, you can go.
As I imagine come into me cursing at the PS5 as I have died, and you just see me immediately click off Call of Duty and just close the app, kind of grumbling to myself as I sit there pissed off that I just died to some noob tuber.
Yeah, Rory would come in tonight. She's wearing a pair of shorts and reverted back to her oversized hoodie and beanie. Would have heard you cursing and would have pulled out an earbud. Didn't expect anyone to be up still. And then would start emptying her pockets of whatever snacks she stole and just laying them out on the table.
And I look a little surprised seeing you come in later, this late as oh shit, hey, yeah, I didn't expect you to be out this late. I was just playing some COD, playing God of War earlier, but shit. I heard that was supposed to be really cool, but then I get on it and apparently it's this whole game about family and shit, and I thought it was about killing gods or whatever. Now I'm just but what'd you get? How'd you get all this shit anyway? Hold on. You got some Funyuns?
She'll look through a couple of the bags and then toss him a bag of Funyuns.
Hey, sweet. Yeah, thanks, man. Hey, you wanna I'll actually scoot over on the couch to make some room. Hey, you wanna sit down?
She'll kind of look at him a little cautiously when he offers for her to sit down. Suppose. And she'll grab just a bag of regular chips and go kind of join him, just kind of plop on the sofa unceremoniously.
And look for a couple moments, kind of thinking about where to say something. Then kind of open my Funyuns. I just say, yeah, I know it's none of my business or nothing, but that whole thing that happened, with the whole crazy Delphine ritual bullshit. You holding up all right, man? You kind of been a little weird lately. I don't know. Didn't seem like you took that trip very well.
Well, if you were hearing voices about the last conversation you had with someone about how you're not what they thought you were gonna be, I think you would bug out too.
Yeah, fair enough, I guess. Though, to be fair, yeah, I usually have people tell me all the time they don't, I'm not quite what they think that I'm supposed to be, or that they're disappointed in me. So, I can at least kind of get it.
You kind of explained that a little bit with your nickname. What am I gonna call you anyway? Because I ain't calling you Deadbeat. And I would imagine you would hate if we called you by your old name. We'll just say that.
Yeah, I mean, you can just, I don't know, rock with DB for now. I mean, not like if you aren't gonna call me by Deadbeat, just go by that. I mean, that's what I tell, people who don't quite understand that kind of stuff. To call me anyways. Kind of going up to someone and saying, "Hey, call me Deadbeat's" a little. They probably wouldn't quite get that.
I'll
Not
think.
like I can really change it.
I mean, you could.
Can you? I mean, I thought the whole kind of point is like that you're given that, and that's kind of what you have to go by. I mean, if imagine Delphine doesn't probably want to go by Ruinspeaker. I mean, it probably sucks.
No, but didn't she tell you at the fire that she chose Delphine? Why can't you choose one?
Well, she chose Delphine first, and then she got the Ruinspeaker after, and that's kind of stuck. I mean, also, what Aspen got that like Oathbreaker, Dealbreaker, whatever thing. I still don't know the story to that, by the way. I should have. She was dodging the question, I think.
You can always try asking.
I mean, I don't think I'm really made for one-on-one meetings with leadership. You saw what happened last time we had a big meeting with them. Yeah, make sure that not get any more, fuck ups, especially after getting my jaw broken, kind of.
Yeah, probably not the smartest. We need to work on that. And she'll kind of just fiddle with one of the chips. You mentioned, and if you don't want to talk about it, you most certainly can tell me to fuck right off. But you mentioned you had a brother?
See that I freeze up for a moment hearing that, kind of sit there thinking about what to say for a second, kind of caught off guard. For I'll just say, yeah. I kind of like I sit up a bit more, kind of leaning on my elbows. Yeah, I do. Or I guess I did have a brother. Did you want to know anything in particular? Just kind of.
I'm guessing you two were close.
When complicated, but we were young. We were pretty close with, especially my older sister. Kind of. I grew up with parents that were working all the time. They didn't quite have the college dream all planned out, so they did, a bunch of labor work. They were constantly working 24/7, and I'm too tired to really do too much parenting. So we had to kind of watch after ourselves, and sister really did most of the parenting.
She'll nod as he speaks. And kind of question herself if she should ask any more based on his body language. So you were kind of tight knit, I guess, with your siblings, but not really at the same time.
I kind of squeeze my hands, kind of clench them into a fist as I recalling this, and I'll sigh and kind of lean back again. So I'll say, well, it's young, while we were pretty young, it was tight knit, but when we got older, things kind of drifted apart a bit more. You know, older sis got a little bit too zealous into the parenting, and you know, young bro, kind of a dweeb, not gonna lie, kind of liked all the nerd shit, so couldn't really hang out with them too much, or at least bond over all that much.
Because you were more the partier type. Well, and she'll motion at him.
Yeah, not just that, but yeah, it's a little. That's kind of best way I can describe it now, though. You you got a sibling?
Yeah, I got a little brother. He was the one the story was about.
How much younger?
Year? My folks had us very close together.
Yeah, me and we're a couple of years apart for me and my younger bro, but you know, kind of still mostly. I mean, I knew him pretty much my whole life, and he knew me for all his. Older sis with a fair bit older than me, though. That's why I was kind of watching us.
I never really became the parent sibling with him, but I did take a lot of care of him.
Y'all still talk?
Barely. I reached out and he reached back. But, well, it's also quite difficult to talk with him physically. And she'll do like a quick sign language thing.
I just kind of stare, not sure what you're doing at first, and then it kind of clicks for a moment, like, oh, you see, like can't hear. He's like deaf.
Yeah, he was born deaf. So we learned pretty early on, and I tried to make things easier, but you know how it is.
Not really, but all right.
When you start working at a young age and have something that makes you different, it can be quite a challenge, so I always try to at least make it easier. And then, well, you read the article, you know what happened, sorta.
Yeah, general gist of it. I mean, to be honest, I didn't really read much of it. It's kind of, I mean, no offense, but it kind of doesn't mean really much to me. I mean, you see the type of people I hang out with, having a record like that doesn't really mean anything, especially if you were, you know, not really the one doing it, or at least didn't want to do it, or whatever you were talking about. Sorry, it's just not that I don't care. You know what I mean.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. And then she'll kind of lean forward and rest her chin in her hands. My brother said that Well, I'll just call him M for now. Went dark after I left town. Hasn't been seen since.
Just straight up disappeared?
No clue. He hasn't been on any socials. He sent me a few messages that are dated back to when I left Alaska, but and with, well, your ex showing up and things that I've been told. How many people from our past do you think are going to be trying to show up?
I mean, knowing us, probably fucking all of them. I mean, you know our track record. Everything that can go wrong with us will. I mean, hell, we went to like the Shadow Realm or where the hell that was. I don't think any like wasn't it like talked about that like no one ever goes there or whatever, like super dangerous, and yet we somehow showed up there. I mean, just our luck, huh?
Yeah, that would be our fucking luck. And she'll kind of like rub her face. Do you think that if this keeps happening to us, we're gonna have to leave? We're gonna be that much of a problem?
I mean, I don't know, man. Not gonna lie. I mean, we got Delphine, who's like super dick riding the Sept leadership, so I think we'll probably be still sticking around. I mean, and also we got Ray kind of kissing ass, so I think we'll be fine to stay as long as they keep working overtime. I think they'll kind of deal with us. I mean, hell, I broke the Lindy how many times? Like they always keep saying different numbers or whatever, but I still stayed after that. I
We'll
mean,
have
if I
to
can
get
get
a
away with all
tally
that,
board for how many times our group has broken the litany, honestly.
yeah. I mean, if we had done all that, what like having stealing some shit or having your ex show up is gonna be the thing that really the straw that breaks the camel back. I mean, you got the rest of us. I mean, if you need to kick his ass, you got me, and Ray can throw a little bit of hands. To be fair, I didn't really see him do much besides like that one boat fight. Everything else, he's kind of just been getting tossed around.
What do you mean by everything else? I've only seen him in the boat fight, the thing with Juniper, and even then he kind of held his own for some of it.
He got tossed into the ground, and then there was a moment where we had a disagreement, and I gave him a slight push, and he ate shit.
A slight push, and she'll look slightly amused by that.
Yeah, I mean, you know how big I am. Sometimes I just don't know my own strength. A little. Next thing you know, he went tumbling. I'm sure if you asked though, you'd get a different story. He might like to exaggerate it, make it sound a little cooler. I'll give a slight smirk to that one.
She'll roll her eyes. I'm sure it was just a slight push, just like it was a simple bullet.
I'll kind of shake my head at that one, give like a slight like playful nudge with my elbow, like, "Hey, come on, man, that shit hurt." But to be fair, I did get healed by a naked chick after that, or at least
Oh my
fixed up.
god.
So who was the real winner? I'm just saying.
She'll smirk. You would have not let me heal you if I was not naked, though.
It was a nice bonus. All right.
Oh, me being naked was a nice bonus. I'll keep that in mind next time, and she'll start to relax a little bit. But you mean it, if M shows up, you'll help?
I mean, you're helping with my shit, and I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not really used to people helping out, without any sort of ulterior motive or, wanting something in return. Like I said, you've seen the people I hang out with. Kind of not the most selfless people, but I mean, if you're willing to help me out, like, with my shit, I'm willing to help you out with your shit. Though, depending on how much you want to trust me with the whole, and I kind of point to my mark of shame.
Well, you haven't seemed to pull anything like you did back up there. And she'll kind of like roll up her sleeves now, feeling very warm because a hoodie in Florida is not a smart wardrobe decision. I really want to believe that we can learn from our mistakes and make a difference. You got a braid that makes you smell worse than we normally do as Bonars. If you're willing to improve, well, then I don't see anything wrong with it.
I mean, we'll see, I guess. I still really haven't got any sort of clue on how to, what to do to get this damn mark off. They didn't really tell me, oh, do this achievement. I mean, before they said, like, impressing the leadership, and I thought I did some pretty impressive shit already, but I guess I don't know, they'll just maybe magically just release it for me one day. I thought, I had the whole lead with underneath the floor thing, and they didn't quite give me anything with that, so kind of sad about that.
Oh, that treasure.
Yeah, that's apparently, I thought it'd be good enough, but nah, I guess. I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
What
I
was
just got to
the-
break some shit.
You got to break some shit, so what was it? Was it like a dead end?
That's where I kind of shift uncomfortably, realizing I just put myself in a shitty situation because I wanted to brag a little bit. Just, it's it's complicated. It's annoying.
Complicated as if you want to brag about it to the rest of the pack later, or complicated as in you're gonna get your jaw punched again if you say it to anyone.
It's sounding a lot like option 2, just like look around, like making sure, just a little worried just in case. So say, yeah, just kind of, you gotta, some shit went down, and unfortunately can't say much, under, I guess, above your pay grade or whatever.
She'll kind of give him a curious look. Like, she definitely wants to poke, but since he said it was more like he'll get his ass kicked if he, like, shares it, she'll just kind of shrug. Alright. I won't pry any farther.
Yeah, I mean, hey, now you know for sure I got your back with your stuff, because if I don't, then you can just tell, whoever that I said some shit about that, and you can watch me get my ass whooped, so.
As entertaining as that would be, I don't think I'm gonna do that right now. Maybe another night when I'm in a better mood. Need a laugh.
Just saying, it's not fair. They got the richest, strongest dude here. It's fucking Like, I don't get it. I don't. There's like one place we go to that I think that I would have the best shot. You know, I'm usually the strongest wherever I am, and they have this like roided up monster that also happens to wear a suit and drive a nice car.
So then you just work harder to beat him.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he doesn't even have a high school diploma, so I think I've won in some regards already.
There you go. You got 1 point up on him.
We take him where we can get him. You feeling a little better now? You were demon stressing.
Yeah, I enjoyed the talk. Feel a little bit guilty about my getting some air now, but what are you gonna do? And she'll pull out the cash and start kind of like counting it.
I've noticed kind of a bit more. I expect there's kind of like some pocket change. But I'm seeing more like, oh, this is like a substantial amount.
Yeah, about 150.
Yeah, as I look a bit worried though. I actually slightly bit concerned. I look over like, dude, you like stole all this and also all these like snacks and shit. Like, you're like, how long did this take? How long have you been doing this?
Depends on the night. Some nights are better haul than others. ST, was this all tonight or was this throughout the week?
This would have been throughout the week.
This is about a week's worth.
Like, hey, yeah, maybe it's not my place to kind of say this shit, but like, you just did this all on your own? Yeah, no one else?
No, I didn't have an accomplice this time, and no one got hurt.
I mean, hey, I ain't the one to really judge. I'm just like, good for you, man, but you were kind of a little dangerous to be getting that much, isn't it? I mean, it's okay. Like, I know getting a little bit at times usually better because you know people don't really notice less money getting missing. But if you're doing this much, I mean, might be a little bit easier to get caught.
When she's done counting the money, she'll just kind of ponder. Just like, just think of like, is Deadbeat really the voice of reason right now? And then just kind of like shake it off. That's why you don't target one person. You target multiple people. And you take a little bit each time. Enough so they don't notice.
Sounds like a way to make a whole lot of people pissed at you, or at least a whole lot of people angry. Trust me, I know a little bit of this. I've done a little bit of my share of, you know, grabbing some bills, grabbing some shit when people are not looking, or at least a little too drunk to notice. Partially why I, you know, ended up getting just kebabbed at a random place. I mean, like, if you need some help or like you want like someone to come with you, you know, I'd be willing to help out. You know, 2 works better than 1.
You're willing to be my partner in literal crime.
I mean, I wouldn't say partner, more like, you know, business associate. I wouldn't, you know. But I can help out, like keep an eye out. I mean, look, I ain't gonna lie. It's not like you can really pull a crossbow on someone on the streets, you know. It's not like you can also Hulk out on the streets either. If someone sees you and, you know, decide they want to whoop your ass, what are you gonna do? You know, especially if it's a group of people. That's why I got fucked up, man. I could probably take any of them on my own, but you got like 5 people trying to stab you all at once. There's not much you can do about it.
And last time you tried to help me, I felt bad because you started feeling some kind of way.
They were good dudes. Not gonna like, they were good guys. They were just chilling. All right, I mean, just felt kind of shitty just to ruin their night like that. I don't know. I mean, it's better when you fuck with people who are assholes themselves. I mean, I can help you find assholes. Trust me, that's my specialty.
She'll kind of just contemplate that for a little bit.
Trust the two-way street, man. I mean, you want me to kind of work with you, and you want to trust in me with the pack stuff with you, and if I need to trust you for, helping out my stuff, we kind of both gotta put a step in, Trial run, I guess. You'd be a lot more useful than Delphine when I was trying to do, stuff last time. Trust me, she's the worst lookout ever.
All right, well, we'll unpack that a little bit in like a second. But you're right. I really should start trusting you all a little bit more. It's much easier to not get hurt if I keep y'all at arm's length.
Trust me, dog, I know all about that. You don't think I know? I mean, I get you, man. If we're stuck here together and we're forced to do all this stuff together and we're bound at the pack, I mean, hey, might as well at least try a little bit. I don't know, just trying to do all that the whole time, keeping everyone arm's length and being a total ass. Kind of, I don't know, just kept feeling shitty. I mean, just tired of feeling shitty. Aren't you tired of having to keep constantly pushing and do all this shit?
Yeah, a little bit. Also, at the same time, it's kind of thrilling. An addiction in a sense, I suppose.
I mean, might be a little exciting now, but it's just gonna also keep feeling shitty. I mean, we can get your excitement by just stealing from shitty people or doing some pretty cool jobs. We can do that instead. I mean, I think that'll be, or hell, I mean, you want to play the PS5 with me? We could play some games together. It'd be a bit more fun.
You want
Do you
me
play Call
to
of Duty?
play games with you?
You play Call of Duty ever?
No, not really.
Madden?
No.
FIFA?
Didn't really have much time as a kid to play games.
Don't worry, I'll just whoop your ass a little bit at first, but I'll teach you
That's
the game
bold.
eventually.
That's bold. Hand me the controller.
I'll hand the controller on over, and as I kind of do, I'll just say it. But also, just make sure, if you tell anyone about this, they won't believe you, and I will deny that we had this conversation. All right? Look, I'm just saying.
Listen, they're gonna have to give me some pretty nice information for me to give up the information that you're getting a little soft.
Nah, I'm not getting soft. I'm just Look, got my PS5, got my feet up. I'm just in a good mood. That's all.
PS5, you're offering to help people instead of just lounging around having a beer. And she'll shoulder him.
I'll give a smile to that as I'll get ready to start playing.
As the two of you settle in to play some video games, the bond continues to strengthen between the two bone gnars. You started out as adversaries, but that bond as a tribe strengthens, that you're becoming more than just friends and allies or accomplices. There's something forming here that only pack mates can have, and that goes deeper than any relationship that humans can truly fathom. This is what a pack is meant to be. This is what is needed for the ritual that lays ahead. But considering everything else we've seen tonight, will the bond that the two of you share be enough to overcome the cracks that are forming elsewhere? We transition now to our final scene of the first half. Raymond, while the rest of the pack has been off traversing the Umbra, stumbling into the Shadowlands, fracturing the bonds that you've been working so hard to forge, you have been training in becoming a better leader, training in becoming a stronger warrior, training in the litany and politics. Also working on the home that you've stashed your best friend, and all of the other things that you tend to on your own. Patrolling the Bawn. Day-to-day tasks. Not getting to spend as much time with the pack as you would like. You have a lot of catching up to do. But before we get to all that, it's time for a very important meeting with leadership, more specifically, the Sept Leader, Aspen Weiss. So in this meeting, you're called to the cairn. And as you approach the table that sits at the base of the tree, where a clave is mounted high up on the tree, and the 13 chairs are seated around the hand-carved wooden table, what's going through your mind as you prepare to meet with Aspen?
It's been a long week of all the various tasks that I've been doing, but I'm hoping that this meeting with Aspen leads to something good. We haven't had a lot of direction in the Sept itself for a while, since our last job over to Stepford Hell. And so I'm hoping from this conversation, maybe the beginning of a direction, maybe another mission, maybe having all of us work more closely one-on-one with specific people, setting up those bridges. I want more responsibility than what we have already, and I want to actually work at this point because we're getting better, and I feel like we can make strides now in the Sept to do good things.
Aspen, after getting regular updates and reports from Charles, you've heard that the Hell Hounds have seen improvement, that they've improved as a unit, that their combative abilities have improved, that they have learned the litany and have been following the litany as of late, and that their discipline has improved as well. He believes that they are ready for more, and you know that there is quite a bit needed to be done. So, after much deliberation and debate, you have come up with a plan and a task. So as Ray comes to you for this meeting, looking for direction, you have a course set in mind. The scene is yours.
Aspen will be sat at the table as Ray walks up. She's got her notebook, she's got a pen. Her thoughts are kind of off. She seems a little bit like preoccupied in thought as you walk up.
I'll approach the table and, being a little mindful of her being a little preoccupied, I'll wait a little bit to see if she notices me approaching. If not, I will kind of announce myself with a little bit of a cough, or like alerting her of my presence.
Oh, Ray, it's good to see you. How is everything?
It's good to see you too. Everything's going all right. A little bit better than the last time you and me had a one-on-one conversation. So yeah, things are just doing better.
That's good. I've heard that you guys have been learning and thriving and doing well here.
It was a rough start, but I feel like we've now settled a little bit more here. And so I think that the progress we made is solid, and I think we're ready to start working a little bit more here. If that's something that's kind of what I wanted to talk about with you during this meeting.
Absolutely. How is the dynamic between you all? Are you all doing better? I know last time we talked, it was difficult.
I will walk over to the table and sit down in one of the chairs next to Aspen, or across, depending on which seat that she is sitting at, and take off my hat. I feel like we're getting closer. It took me a while to accept the words that you and a lot of other people were saying about getting to know the pack. But I personally have been making strides to do that. And seems like everyone else in the pack throughout the weeks have grown closer. A lot less arguing, a lot less insults, more fun insults than blatantly rude. So I think as a pack, we are coming together.
Well, good. And, the advice on my side comes from experience. I'm used to being around a lot of big personalities, and I can't say we get along all the time.
That's fair. I've experience with big personalities too, but I more had to just suck it up and deal with it than actually work through that.
Right. A little bit different from what you're used to, I'm sure. Well, hey, listen. In fact, you talking about having more responsibilities and things of that nature, I did want to talk to you about something specific. I made a phone call recently to your previous Sept Leader, Red.
Oh, how's he doing? Is he doing all right up there?
I would say so. He's a little brash. I see what you all mean with everything that was going on up there. It's a little bit more clear to me now.
Yeah, he can be a little rough, but the conversations I've had with him, the brashness and the rough conversations, through it all, he does mean well, and he does care to a certain extent.
Okay. I guess I can agree with him caring. But well, I'll put that aside for now. You do understand we've been having the issues with the plants and the fungus and everything that comes with that, correct?
Yes. I've been doing my best to, while I've been here in the cairn and everything, trying to give my services whenever needed, but it seemed like you guys were very focused on what you were doing. But obviously, with our last mission to get the specimen, I mean, I think we're all pretty well aware about the whole situation.
Right. Well, after research and Eliza working her hardest to figure everything out, we have the cold iron remedy, if you will. We previously had a issue with someone being infected, and we used Eliza's remedy, and it was able to help them. But the problem is we don't have the supply necessary. We don't have the cold iron necessary to eradicate the problem like we've been wanting.
Interesting. Cold iron. I wouldn't have even thought or begin to think that that was a possible cure to this, but I mean, I'm not as well versed in as Eliza or as you all in this topic. So, but with your low amount of it, like, how are you going to go about getting that?
That in lies the problem, right? We have looked in, well, I've done some research. We've looked into a few things. We only had enough to help the one person at the moment. There is a potential of finding more in a mine up in Michigan. The Tilden mine, not too far from where you all were residing, that has, well, a large supply of it that we could have here to make more of this formula, make more, potentially get rid of the plants for good here, which is why I called Red and asked about this potential trade back and forth.
Wow. I guess that's pretty lucky. What sort of trade did you guys set up with this for this mine?
Well, there was a bit of negotiating, and I'll get into that in a moment. He had spoken about getting iron at the mine in exchange for the cure to the plant situation, which was a bit confusing, as he said it wasn't necessarily a problem up there, but according, and I trust you all were saying that it was a bit of an issue up there before you ever came down here. So I think it would be advantageous to get a cure up there as well.
I agree. I mean, when we left, all we were really dealing with was the soil and the fertilizer. I don't think we saw any plants up there at that time. I don't know I've had a couple conversations with Red, and he hasn't really explained anything about the flowers or the plants. So it might still not be that big of an issue up there. They may be handling it pretty well and just tackling at the source with the fertilizer.
Well, I understand what you're saying. It's a matter of time with the climate up there and us knowing that it thrives in humidity. There's going to be a point where it becomes, well, a similar problem to what we have here. So maybe a bit of him keeping things close to the chest is that he doesn't quite trust us still, which could be the case. And we take that with a grain of salt, as we do most other places. But I was bringing a mission to you in ways. A facilitating of this iron between them, since you all are familiar with the Sept and familiar with the going-ons up there. I was hoping that you all would be willing to assist in the trade and the facilitation of getting said iron up in Michigan.
Hearing that, I will kind of lean back a little bit and kind of rub my beard, run my fingers through it. Okay, so we would be just going up to Michigan and making sure that the trade is set up and that the acquiring of the cold iron is happening. Is that what I'm guessing?
Yes, and I would send you with the formula that Eliza has come for the cure for humans who are infected is our side of the trade. I think with your familiarity, I think it would be advantageous to have you up and facilitating that.
I mean, I agree. Out of everyone here, obviously we all have been there before and we're from there, so, and we know everyone there. So, are you sending all of us there, or
I think
is
it's
only a few of us going to go?
I think it's best that you all go. You all are a pack. I wouldn't want you all separated.
I agree, but with how some of us left, I don't know if warm welcomes will happen if we all show up. I mean, I 100% think that we all should go. I think showing them how far we've come is going to be a good thing. But some of the leadership up there may be more hostile and less forthcoming if all of us do go. And it might impact the trade deal.
I do understand that, and I know that it wasn't the warmest of farewells when you all left, but I do believe in a pack sticking together and staying together with these missions. That does bring me to a bit of a problem that I'd like to bring to you.
Of course. What sort of problem?
Well, when I was talking to Red on the phone, he initially wanted to make this trade by sending Delphine up to stand for what she had done and to make sure that she, if I believe I'm quoting him correctly, hasn't poisoned us with her delusions. I quickly, of course, said that I think the matter was taken care of and there should be no more recourse in that way. But he was adamant, and I'm not sending you all up there for Delphine to go. That's not my intention at all. But it is something I want to make you aware of because it could cause some contention sending you all up there.
I will lean forward in my chair and put my hands on the table. We already had a trial for Delphine and DB. That was over and done with, so I don't understand why we would have another trial for something that's already been concluded and done with.
I completely agree with you, and that's what I told him over the phone. I just think it's necessary for you to know, because if they do try something or try to, again, put Delphine on trial or push her in any way, I think it is a bit of your job to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Of course. I mean, Delphine's been making a lot of strides to get better. Sometimes she loses her way a bit, but I think generally being down here has been really good for her. And knowing that situation when we go up, I'll definitely be sure to keep my eye out. because even though I do still have respect for Red and everything, I wouldn't want to do that again to Delphine. I don't think it's right.
I agree. And I'm not sure what your all's perspective on the matter is, but you are a part of my Sept, and I want to make sure that no matter where I send you or where you go, you're treated the way I would want you to be treated.
I appreciate it. I don't honestly know how the others will react to hearing this. I believe all of them are very adamant about not going back. So even if this is an official mission from you, there's going to be a lot of pushback, and it may be more vocal, not just inside the pack, but it might come out to you and to some of the others of the Sept.
I think that's understandable. I'm sure some of them will have feelings towards it, but I think this is a good mission for you all. I think this is a good direction, a way that you could all help us that maybe we couldn't have done without you.
It's highly possible that because of us being from there, that this trade will go off a lot smoother. I hope that is the case. But with what you told me about what Red said, I hope it doesn't devolve and that we don't ruin it with whatever actions happen up there. Because I'm pretty sure if we are pushed or they try to be a little bit more forceful in trying to make this happen, I can see things going very badly, if I'm being 100% honest.
I understand. And I think you've all learned a lot here. And I think you know how to be respectful while also making sure that you're also being respected.
It's been hard to learn that, but I think we are making strides for that.
There's also just a slight other thing. It's just a bit of a concern. There's nothing I can really pinpoint. But they were also asking for Stakes to come home. If she was no longer needed, that she should be sent back. I told them that that was up to her own accord. She is her own person, and if she wanted to go back, that was completely up to her. But it's not part of any of the negotiations, nor is Delphine. None of that. I'm not trying to pull any wool over your eyes in any way. I just want to be completely clear and honest with everything that we've talked about.
I know when we were leaving before that Stakes being sent down with us was her decision. She adamantly made that clear. And Red and them said that. And that out of all of us, she would be missed the most. I know that Stakes coming or going back, I don't know. I don't know how they would react. That might make the situation even more of a bad situation. I know Stakes will probably come with us. I mean, wherever we're going, Stakes may probably go with us, especially going back to Hell. I think she would want to keep an extra eye on us.
I think so too. I agree. And to be completely fair, if this is something that you adamantly all don't want to do, I won't make you do it, but I would really appreciate it if you would, because it's the best shot we have at taking care of what we need to.
I'll bring it up with everyone and open the conversation. If the majority of them say that they don't want to go, I don't want to just force them to do it, even if it is an official mission. If not everyone wants to go, but one or two of us do, would that be okay still for us to facilitate the trade deal?
If that's the only way, I don't know. I think you should all go together, Ray. I worry that spreading yourselves too thin could be problematic.
I can see your point, but I also want to help and complete the mission. So I don't want to just have you come into a bad spot if we all just agree no, because that's what we came down here to do, was to help. It was to be your reinforcements. And if we can't accomplish a mission, and if we can't help you, then we're not accomplishing that goal.
I'm not here to use you as assets or fodder or anything like that. That's not my intention, and I understand if it's a no. I do understand. But I really hope you all consider it. Really consider it.
I don't think that with us being down here as reinforcements that you consider us as fodder. I mean, hopefully we can be assets to help you here. I don't think that's a bad thing. If we can assist you and be helpful, then that's good. But I don't think that you all consider us as dispensable. So, like I said, I will talk to everyone and see what we all decide. And there might be one or two that don't want to go. And I know you want all of us to go, but if push comes to shove and a majority of us do want to go, are you fine with that?
I would have to be. But I think you should heavily push, and this is just advice, the need for your pack to be together, fully together.
And I will. I'll push to let everyone know that this is something that we need to do and it's important. But I just want you to know that there's a possibility that it might not happen. So just letting that be out there.
Also, this also may be overstepping, but something is strange with them up there. I don't have any proof. It's a feeling that they're, I don't know, just be safe, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Of course, we always try to be as safe as we can, but, you know, us. But I mean, when we came down here to you guys, we all felt like there was something strange about you guys. So it might just be that difference of culture between the Septs.
Maybe. Just, you know, be cautious is all.
I understand.
Also, don't, you know, shoot each other with crossbows, and don't break the litany, and don't, you know, and she smirks at you.
I will let out an exasperated sigh. I want to make a promise saying that we won't, but I can't 100% say that. I wish I could.
Well, you know the saying, do or do not, there is no try. But keep an eye on them.
I will. I'll keep an extra eye on them. I do have a question, though.
Of course.
After the mission is over, and if we succeed or fail, but once the mission is done and complete, I feel like at the moment we're a little lost. More of like the missions that we've been getting are very spread out, and we don't have a lot of direction. We don't have a lot of focus. After this mission is done, would it be possible that that can start happening here in the Sept, that we can start maybe having some sort of path open to us?
Absolutely. I think that's what this is. This has been our biggest focus for, well, a while, this whole plant situation. And you all being a part of this is because we trust you and we love the help. So, I mean, this is just a start, but taking care of these plants is really what's important right now. And whatever we can do to have you guys help, I'll make sure it happens.
Sounds good. And not to be rude or sound rude, but I agree that everything about the plants is definitely the Sept's main focus right now. But all we've really done is that one mission, and it's not really been a big focus for us. I mean, we're trying to help and we're trying to do as much as we can, but you haven't really been giving us a lot of focus on that aspect.
I agree with you. I am respectfully, you all had a lot of issues when you first got here and still do. And there was a lot of that needed to be worked out before we could even trust you to do missions. The fact that you went on small ones was to build the trust while also working out whatever you needed to work within yourselves. We've seen the progress. I've seen the progress. I've heard of the progress. And that's why we're trusting you with this. And we'll continue to trust you with things if we can keep counting on you. It's just, with all due respect, you all were a bit of a mess.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all, especially when we first got down here. But after the mission for Stepford Hell, even with the small hiccup that happened at the end, I felt like not even another mission, but just maybe allowing us to help a little bit more may have just given us more to do than just kind of sit around at some points. We've been doing a lot to better ourselves, but having a job to do, having little things to pick up here or there really helps with the focus.
For this, we'll focus on moving forward and not about the past and your hiccups. Moving forward, if everything goes well, you'll continue to be a part of what we're doing here. Trust has been earned and gained, and I think we can continue this way if we avoid more hiccups.
I'll nod a little bit to that. Okay, I understand. I mean, I can't really ask for much. I mean, with all the situations that we've been in and the things that we've done. So this is already a lot. So I'll take it.
A great way that you could maybe help facilitate the trust as well is to help your Theurge get off drugs.
I will chuckle, but not in a actual happy way, but more of just a exasperated chuckle. I had a conversation with Delphine, and I hoped that it had gotten through to her, but it appears like it hasn't. So I don't want to use I don't want to overuse force to make her stop. I do want to respect the choice that she could make to stop, but I also don't want to see her destroy herself. And so force has to be used in some way, or less of a gentle push and more of a forceful one. I think we all are everyone in the pack is kind of coming to that realization in some way, shape, or form.
As someone who knows the struggles of when your Theurge is sick and not capable of using their full potential, I think it's a necessary push that needs to happen. But again, that's for your pack to facilitate. And I see the growth, but growth is always continuing.
After the mission is done and we come back, I'll make that a main point to focus on, because I don't want to go into hell with even more of a weight. So I think I'll wait till after that mission.
I like that idea.
Is there anything else about the mission that you can tell me beforehand that I may need to know?
I'll get you the formula for you to trade. There was the situation with Delphine, the situation with Stakes. There's the mine, the Tilden mine. And you're just there to help facilitate that trade, is all that really is known.
Okay. Let's hope my discussion with the pack goes well.
Let's hope. But of course, if you need anything through any of that, you call us and let us know.
I will. Thank you. I appreciate the trust in us to complete this mission, and hopefully we can do it well and accomplish what needs to be done for the betterment of the situation.
And I appreciate you for helping us and being here to fight the fight with us.
If there's nothing else, I don't want to keep you from any of your work that you're currently doing. You seem very busy when I showed up, so if there's nothing else, I'll head out.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You have a good day, Ray.
You too, Aspen. And at that point, I'll get up and start heading my way back outside the cairn.
As you're departing the cairn, Raymond, what's going through your mind now that you've heard what your task is to be, returning to Hell, Michigan, returning to your former Sept?
When I came today, I wanted to discuss the possibility of getting a mission sometime soon. I didn't expect to be handed one right away when I started this talk with Aspen, so I'm happy about that. Having something to do and having a goal to accomplish is great. Going back to Hell, though, I personally do want to see how everyone's doing up there. I want to see how Red's been handling the situation. I want to see how he's keeping up with everyone being gone. Because with all of us gone, there's only like 4 of them up there. So It's a lot more of a tighter ship, so hopefully they're doing well. I'm a little apprehensive about telling the pack about the mission itself, because I'm sure an argument will probably happen very quickly and very loudly. I hope I can convince them that the mission will be worth it for us down here, and that we're not staying up there permanently. We're just going there to accomplish this task. But I can see pushback, and hopefully we've come together enough to agree that this mission is important. I really do hope.
Well, as they say in the UK, it's the hope that kills you. As you depart the cairn, returning to your vehicle, this is where we go to our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors: Chromatic Creations, Panshi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, and Howlin' Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You could follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at coffee.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling.
Welcome back. As we start the second half, the pack has gathered at the Sept cairn in the dead of night. It is just after the full moon, and as the pack gathers to do the Sept of Patronage, to call forth Ember to be their pack patron, there's a lot weighing on the pack's mind. Secrets that have long been kept between them have come to light. Bonds have been formed, yes, but other bonds may be about to be broken. Are they ready for this rite? And even still, are they ready for the mission that they're about to go on? The mission that Ray is about to propose. With Stakes and Eliza standing by to oversee the rite, they all gather in the clearing under the stars up above, the trees standing vigil as sentinels watching all around the clearing. It is still. It is silent. The scene is yours.
With all of us gathered together, I had set up a fire pit, per se, in a area that was away from anything that could potentially be damaged. I lit the fire a little while ago, putting a lot of wood on, letting it burn for a bit. At this point, the fire is more or less dying. The flames are still there. The foundation of the fire is still going, but the embers are what I want. So I'm currently letting the fire slowly die down. Hopefully, everyone's ready. Do you guys have everything you need?
Delphine will just nod, holding a tattered book in her hand.
I'll say it. Yeah, I didn't know exactly what to bring. I bought like a couple things. You think Ember will accept $20? Think that'll work?
Probably not.
Rory will kind of just elbow Deadbeat in the ribs for that one.
What? You know, I don't have a lot of things that I keep with me or if I care about. You know, I ain't giving up my guitar. I mean, I brought the PS5 maybe just in case if everything else didn't work out. But we're going to try everything else first.
I don't think $20 will work. You may have to bite the bullet, DB, and you may have to throw it in.
Look, I got Call of Duty next. We're gonna go up the ladder here. We're gonna try that next. Then if that doesn't work, then we'll see if that happens.
Rory will be thumbing through a notebook as they go back and forth, kind of flipping between a couple of pages.
Delphine will just look around. So we're gonna get this started, or what?
Yeah, I'm just giving the fire a little bit more time. I feel like I need to have more of a bed of embers and coals than an actual roaring fire. I feel like that's more fitting.
Well, we'll just hold hands, sing Kumbaya, and then we'll throw our stuff in and we'll get our powers.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, we're going to be doing a chant. We're going to be trying to summon Ember. But you're going to have to make a heartfelt request. You're going to actually have to make an effort to have Ember accept your gift. You can't just toss it in and say, here you go, take it.
Fine, whatever.
At this point, Eliza chuckles softly outside of the circle and speaks up. Do you remember the process we went through in the Umbra when you called out to the Wolverine and when you had to converse with it? It's very similar to that, but you have to remember this isn't a one-time transaction. This isn't a one-time agreement. Ember will be with you always, or at least for as long as you stay together as a pack. She will be what binds you, what empowers you, what connects you. She will, in many ways, be the fire of your spirit as a pack. When and if you go to start your own cairn, she will be a core part of that. And if this pack struggles, she will be one of the things that keeps it going, that gives it life. She could also be the thing that falls apart with it. It's very, very important to have a pack patron. If you can't convince them to join you, the fate of the pack, well, it's not looking very good. So truly think about how much this pack means to you. And if you really can't come up with anything, well, that's very telling about your thoughts about your fellow packmates. And they should consider if you're someone they want to run with.
On that note, with the fire dying down a little bit more, I'm gonna walk up to the fire and I'm gonna pull out 4 sticks of incense. I'm gonna light them and then put them around the fire at 4 points in like the ash and the coals. As it burns, the smells of sandalwood, cinnamon, vanilla, and pine needles will start kind of swirling together with the smell of the smoke. Then I will kind of take my position closer to the fire, and I'll reach out my hands. Since I learned this from Eliza, I feel like I gotta keep at least one core part, so we're gonna be holding hands, guys.
Okay. I get in closer to Ray and kneel down next to him and hold my hand out.
I'm gonna go on the other side of Ray and have my hand out.
I will go between. I'll go. Put my hand in Deadbeat's hand.
And Rory will go in between Juniper and Delphine and take their hands.
Once everyone's situated and everyone's in position, I will start the chant that Eliza taught me.
As you begin chanting, Eliza actually takes up a drum and starts beating on the drum and walking in a circle around you, keeping the drum in time with the chant. And as your chanting continues, you actually see sparks start to go within the embers of the fire, and smoke start to billow from the embers. Flames don't start licking at the fire yet, but the embers themselves start to glow brighter and brighter. At a certain point, the drumming picks up and speeds up, which Ray signals to you. You're getting to the point that the chanting stops and the offerings are made. And with a final beat, the time has come.
I will look over to my left, which Juniper is sitting at currently, and motion to her to throw in her offering and make the first request.
I just kind of give a little glare at Ray making me go first. And I let go of Rory's and Ray's hands so that I can grab out just like a little pocket knife and cut the small braid that I had made out of my hair. And then I make a little gash in my hand and cover it, the braid, in my blood. And I offer out the braid to the sparking embers. And I look around at my pack mates. And I look at Ray. Is there like a specific way we're supposed to say this?
I don't think so. I think you just have to make a request towards Ember that's personal.
And it's just like related to us specifically, or like the whole pack?
I think more specifically why you are requesting Ember. I mean, all of our requests will eventually culminate in the reason why we as a pack want Ember, but you need to decide, request her for your reason.
Right. Sorry, I was not expecting to go first in this. I look down into the coals and take a deep breath and kind of center myself a little bit. I would like Ember to be our patron because they are understanding of our trials and tribulations and support each one of us through our own journeys, and have already helped us understand each other and have a bit more compassion towards one another. Ember, if you are hearing this, I would like you to know that I think that this pack is worthy of your patronage. And even though we are all still young and new to this, and embers ourselves when it comes to being Garou, we also yearn to grow and light our inner fires together as one pack. And I will start to lower my braid offering into the coals.
As you lower the braid into the coals, you find that the fire, or the particularly hot coal that the braid drops into, becomes a mouth. And that two coals form above it that are eyes. As it pulls the braid in. And in your mind, you hear a voice. I told you that you would never be full, but you continue to eat. How many will have to walk with you before you realize I will be your patron, but how long will she be your tribe? The braid is consumed in fire, and the face fades.
I look visibly paler as that finishes.
With a slight look of concern, but knowing that we still have to continue, I will continue down the line and look at Rory.
Rory will give Juniper a look of concern, but not condescending, like, we'll talk later, more if you need to talk after this, I'm here for you. And then she'll tear out a page of the notebook, take a deep breath, and then I want to offer up a couple of verses for a song I've been writing about the pack to you, Ember, in hope that in return, not only can you inspire me, but help me kindle the spark in my pack with the stories that we will learn together, that we will discover, that we will create, and make sure that that inner flame in my pack mates never dies out and will continue to burn bright. And she'll look at each of the pack members. I'm hoping that with the final draft of this first song as the Galliard, maybe we can all put a little bit of ourselves in it. And then she'll take another deep breath and she'll start reading. Out past the fences where the gravel turns to dust, 5 little pups born to nobody's trust. Runts of the litter, left cold in the rain, but the fire in their hearts was stronger than the pain. No names, no collars, just scraps and scars. Live on instinct, sleeping under the stars. They were strays in the world that doesn't look back, but they learn to run faster than the things that they lack. And she will fold up the paper and toss it into the flame.
Just like before, as the fire engulfs the paper, a face forms in the embers. And in your mind, Rory, a voice speaks. No amount of taking will restore your innocence. Run as far as you like. He will always catch up with you. Turn and face it before it's too late. And the face fades away.
As the face fades, she'll kind of give Deadbeat a nervous look before taking Juniper's hand and returning back to, or trying to compose herself to go back to the ritual.
I'll just try and return, like, try and give at least some sort of, like, reassuring look back and, like, a nod. You know?
I give a little reassuring squeeze to Rory's hand when she takes mine back.
And Rory will squeeze back Juniper's.
After Rory's all done and her part's complete, I will look at Delphine.
Delphine separates her hands from Deadbeat and Rory and picks up a very tattered and heavily dog-eared copy of the Odyssey, and she'll hold it over the fire. When Ember first appeared to us, they said they had just woken up and they wished to see more and come on the journey with us to experience this new world they have woken up into. This book was given to me by someone who showed me that your mind can be the ultimate journey and escape, that the journey doesn't always have to be an actual path, but an escape. Ironically, this book has what I wish from Ember. Cunning and, intelligence. I would wish for our minds to be open and to think ahead. I would also acknowledge that the main character of this book is deeply flawed and human, something that I think we all are. We're all a little proud, and we all have our secrets. And they are currently in the dark, but hopefully Ember's flame will eventually help us bring them to light. And she'll toss it into the fire.
As the book burns, so returns the face. The voice speaks in your mind. Just as two wrongs don't make a right, two lies don't make a truth. Who lied first?
Stares back unflinchingly at the spirit.
Doesn't mean it was right. I'm also not the only thing that will burn you up from the inside. And her face fades.
Delphine keeps her composure as best she can and takes Rory and Deadbeat's hands once again.
I will look next to me to DB.
I'll move, take my hand away from Delphine and Ray as I kind of look down to the backpack I brought and sigh. You motherfucker gonna make me do it. I'll pick up, reach in there, ruffle around, and pull out a rather large and clunky PS5 as I'm not very good with this eloquent talk kind of shit, Ember. So I'll just keep it straight with you, man. I would appreciate if you could give us some of that firepower so that we can face the shit that we gotta face, all the bullshit coming our way, which may or may not be our faults. And, at least get us out of this shit situation. I just kind of look around for a second, a little lost for words, not very good at this, as I will just add a little please, as I'll just kind of drop the PS5 in the fire with almost a tear in my eye as I do so.
As the PlayStation 5 falls upon the fire, it just sits there. Doesn't start to melt. It just remains atop the fire. The face forms beneath it, and the voice enters your mind. You are so close. But to what? To ridding yourself of it? Or to falling prey to it? Pick one. Choose the end, or choose the spiral. And the face fades.
As it fades, I just kind of look confused, so that I'll just say out loud, "What the fuck is the spiral? What did that even mean?" I just kind of shake my head, and I just look over now to Ray, like, well, slick move, making sure that you were last here.
It worked out, but it's kind of just how it goes. So I will then turn and face the fire. And I will reach out underneath my shirt, and I will pull out and rip off my dog tags. And I will remove one of the tags and slip that back in my pocket with my name's dog tag still remaining on there. I will toss it in the fire. I have always thought and believed in, for the past year or so, that what makes me who I am is a soldier through and through. And I think that will always be a part of me, but I need to step away from that. I need to not make it the core part of who I am. So I think offering this up to you will help me distance myself and establish myself as something new. I think your offer of helping us grow the fire within, helping us keep our embers going, and bringing them to a fire is needed. Everyone here, this pack needs help in some way, shape, or form. And if you can provide that, and if you can help us be better and face whatever struggles that we will face down the line, I accept every bargain that is faced before. But I don't want this patronage to be too one-sided. I want an equality between you and us. And I hope that we can find that balance where we are not taking more from you than you are giving to us. Hopefully, we can all work together to better ourselves.
As the dog tags start to grow red hot, the face forms and the voice enters your mind. A life of service. But the real question, Raymond, is whom do you truly serve? Is it yourself? Is it your pack? Is it Gaia? Is it Jordan? Or is it the worm? I told you that there is an answer. And there is. Finish the rite, and I will show you the way. And the face fades. You may now make the roll.
Okay.
I will say, since Eliza is aiding in the rite, you may add an additional normal die to the roll as well, as she is a rite master.
So even with the 5 rage die, there was no brutals, but that is That is 6 with a crit.
At this point, the PS5 that was still sitting atop the fire, which didn't melt, starts to spark. As it sparks, the sparks explode out of the PS5, and in doing so, burn each of you. Just a little bit, enough to do 1 superficial damage to each of you. The casing breaks apart and starts to melt. And in the center of the casing, the flame-like figure that is Ember arises from the middle of the casing. And in all of your heads, simultaneously, as if she's speaking out loud. And so it begins. Our journey together. Let the fire burn in each of you. But be careful, untended. A flame can become an inferno. An inferno causes destruction. As she dies down, leaving just a campfire behind, you still feel the warmth of her presence in your mind and in your chest. The rite is a success. Ember is now your pack patron, and you all have the gift of gremlins, as was on display with the exploding of the PS5. From outside the circle, both Eliza and Stakes are watching on. And while there's a look of like satisfaction on both their faces, there's also a look of concern in Eliza's eyes, especially after the outburst from Deadbeat and the word spiral being said. Well, congratulations, Eliza says. That was a mighty fine work, Raymond. Mighty fine.
Thank you. I mean, you did taught me well. And so hopefully I did your teachings justice.
And you did. This is cause for celebration. There are drinks over on the table, beverages to refresh yourself. And yes, some of them are of a certain variety. In fact, I have some of my moonshine over on the table if anyone would like to help themselves. But please, go and celebrate. You deserve it. I will take care of cleaning up here.
Hearing that, I will look around to everyone and stand up. Like, well, let's go drink, I guess.
I need something a little stiff after that one. I just look over to the fire, the destroyed remains of my PS5, and then I just a sigh as I just get up and walk away.
I'll follow after and just kind of like give you a pat on the shoulder. I'll pitch in for a new PS5. I know it meant a lot, so I'll help you out.
Yeah, I'll also help out, man. That was actually kind of a big deal for you to do.
Before fully leaving the fire pit, Delphine will go kneel down and get a handful of the ashes and just put them in like a little plastic baggie that she brought with her.
What you doing that for, Delphine?
I'm gonna put them in a vial.
And then what?
Keep it as a reminder.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
And she'll just nod and start heading towards the drinks.
I just kind of sigh to myself and mutter, all right, well, we are clearly not over the Shadowlands yet.
As you all arrive at the table, you can see that there are several bottles, including bottles of water, but there are also a couple of bottles of wine, as well as a home-brewed bottle of some sort that looks like it's a repurposed glass, like mason jar. There are plastic cups in a sleeve that are set next to him on the table.
Delphine will pour herself just a glass of wine and just have a seat, taking small sips of it as everyone else joins her and serves themselves.
I just kind of stare at the homemade brew and bite the bottom of my lip a little bit, remembering the last time I drank. And I look over at the others. It would be rude not to partake in celebratory drink, right? I mean, she did make it.
If you want, I'll cut you off before you get too bad. And she'll pour herself a glass and then Juniper a glass before handing the glass to Juniper.
I'll take it, and then look at Rory. I appreciate that, but I probably won't have any more than this, so I don't think I'll need somebody to tell me that I've had enough.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'll be surprised if you can take one cup, to be honest. I mean, if it is what she's really saying it is. I mean,
Are you issuing her a challenge?
No,
And
we are
she'll
not
grin.
challenging to a drink off. We're not doing that. Please.
I mean, sure, DB, if you're issuing a challenge.
You're issuing a challenge, Deadbeat. Remember, the one you challenge picks the terms.
I mean, it's not really a challenge. It's just an observation. It's just me pointing out fact, straight up. I mean,
I don't know. It feels
you
like
can
a
make it a
challenge to
challenge.
me.
I don't know if you feel so bothered by it. It's not my fault, man. I mean, I was just saying. I'll pour myself a cup of moonshine. I'll like, as I'm walking, I'll walk by Juniper, kind of like get a little, not like a punch, but like a little hit on the arm, like laughing as I'll walk over to like get somewhere to sit.
I will kind of lean over to Rory and murmur, was that his attempt at camaraderie?
Yeah, he's still learning himself. You two will get the hang of it, though. And she'll take a swig of her drink.
I will also take a swig of my drink.
I will walk over to the homemade moonshine and also pour myself a bit of that. But before everyone starts getting a little bit too into their drinks, which might make the situation worse with what I'm about to bring up, is Stakes standing around?
She's nearby, yeah. She has a can of beer in her hand.
I will look over at Stakes and kind of motion her over to like join a little bit closer to the group.
She walks over and hops up on the table and sits cross-legged on top of it.
Okay, before you all start drinking too much, I do something I need to talk about really quick. I had a meeting with Aspen earlier, and we've been given another mission.
What is it this time? Killing leeches, car bombing, garden center.
That's quite the jump.
Jesus Christ.
I just assume anywhere with plants is fucked at this point.
I will look down at my cup really quick, look back, and I'll take like a big drink of mine before continuing. I'll just cut to the chase. You all might not like this mission, but this is the mission that we've been given. We've been instructed to go help facilitate a trade deal for cold iron, because I guess that is what the solution has been found for the plant problem. They don't have enough down here, so we need to procure a trade deal with a Sept that does. The Sept that has the mine, that has the abundance of cold iron that we need. We gotta go back to hell.
Can we just not?
I just look over at Deadbeat and Delphine and just take a very large sip of my drink. And I just don't say anything. I'm just looking at the both of them.
Delphine's grip on her plastic cup gets a little tight. You hear a little bit of the crack of plastic, like that nice red Solo cup crackle. And she'll just look at Ray, deadpanned. Just one flaw in that mission. Me and Deadbeat were exiled, so we can't go.
Thank God.
Rory, hearing the little crackle, is just gonna instantly grab another one and slip it over the now cracked one, so we're not making a mess, and just continue to listen before giving her input.
That is a good point. Aspen was saying that us as a whole pack should go. And so with her saying that, it seems like that issue, albeit it'll be an issue when we're up there, but us returning as a whole pack is possible, and you guys aren't banished from there to complete this mission.
Would it not be considered antagonistic to send two Garou who have the right of shame and were exiled from an entire state to go be the ones to pick up this cargo? I feel like it's just a smack in the face.
Then get rid of the right before you go.
Aspen didn't say that this is something we have to go tomorrow. I mean, this mission is important. We have to do it as quickly as we can, but we have a little bit of time. It's not like we're going to be running there immediately after this, right? After we're done celebrating.
Do we know, has anybody said anything to you, Delphine or Deadbeat, on how to get rid of it at this point, or?
Nah, no one said anything to me yet. I mean, I know back in when we first made it, they said something about it being impressing the new people or whatever, the new leadership. And I mean, I thought I did that. I don't know. I think I did some pretty cool shit, but I guess I haven't got there yet.
I inquired about it, but there's still some work to be done.
Do you think that work's going to take a super long time? Or is this something that you can try to accomplish before we go?
There's no timeline on it.
Is this for both of us or just you?
Both.
Fuck, why didn't they tell me then?
I don't have any idea why they didn't tell you, man. Maybe you haven't asked. Have you asked anyone?
I don't see how that's relevant, but I'm just saying I feel like they should have told me.
Maybe ask, because that's what I did. I actually had a sit down with Charles and asked if we are getting any closer to getting rid of our shame. And there's still a little bit ways to go.
Is this something that we can help you guys with?
Just keep doing, everyone just needs to keep doing what they're doing.
I think you know what needs to be done, DB. I think it literally knocked on your door. Get your house in order. Rat told you as much.
Okay, hold on. So, one, you're telling me that they know about that stuff going on?
They don't need to know the details. The spirits are just as much involved in shame as we are.
God damn it, man. I'm working on it. I've already got like some steps in. You know, I got a plan for him, and I just need like a little bit of time. You know, like to get the shit organized and figured out. You know, like maybe next week I can get it.
I told Aspen that I would talk to you all. Like, this isn't something we have to decide on immediately. It'd be nice to decide on it quickly. But if we tell her that we need a week or so to get ready to go, I think Aspen will extend that courtesy to us. But that's if we decide as a pack that we want to go. There's a few more things that I was told about the mission and what it pertains. And that might make the decision even harder to do. So.
Well, what are they?
First one, and I'll look over at stakes. The deal that is currently in place was that we go up, we give them the current cure that they have limited amount down here and they have found, and bring it up to hell. So that way they have it in case something goes wrong up there. One of the original proposals was to have stakes be sent back, which, from what I've been told, Aspen shot that down immediately. Because that's for stakes to decide, not for Aspen to force her to go up. So that was one of them. Stakes, I don't know if you knew about that or if you've had that discussion with Aspen yet.
She nods her head slowly. They never wanted me to go in the first place. Doesn't surprise me.
But you don't want to go back, right? You don't want to go back there, right?
She turns and stares at Juniper. Is there a reason for me to stay?
I mean, are we like still noobs and we're still like your pups and whatever? I mean,
Of course.
I have like a flicker of hurt across my face before I managed to hide it.
I told you all I would never abandon my pups. That still stands true. Don't ever doubt that. Of course, I'm not going anywhere.
I didn't doubt it once.
I didn't either. I assumed that you would stay with us no matter what, so.
I told you of the danger that's in Michigan. If you're going, I'm going, if nothing else, to keep you safe. But I also need to check with my pack up there to see just how bad it's gotten. But of course, Juniper, I won't abandon you, no matter what has happened.
I just give her a puzzled look and just kind of look down into my cup.
So, like, was there another deal then? Because you said that deal got shot down, so I assume they made other deal or something? Or was that just the cure?
The current deal is the cure. That is what was decided upon. There were 2 other ones that were proposed, but they were not accepted by Aspen. Stakes was the first one. Second one, which was also shot down, and I agree with it, shooting it down. There's no reason for this to have even been brought up. But they wanted Delphine to be sent back up to be retried for potentially corrupting the people of the Sept up in hell. Which I agree with Aspen that your guys, Delphine, your trial with DB is over and done. You've got the shame. You're working on getting rid of it. Having a retrial is completely out of the question. It's not something that, if we go up there, will even be considered. And if they push it, that's potentially will break down the deal from their end.
Delphine has now completely just crushed the cup in her hand and ignoring the wine probably spilling down her sweater, her sleeve, and soaking into the fabric. Well, it's a good thing I'm not going.
And they really hate you, damn.
I'll look at Delphine and with an understanding look. I get that completely. I voiced to Aspen that the possibility of all of us wanting to go was low. I don't think all of us would agree to go because of the past. But if you can get rid of your shame, if you can work on that and return to them, showing them that you...
So I can be baited?
No. So you can show them that you're better now.
I don't need to fucking show them anything. I've written them off, Ray. They shamed me. They called me horrible things. And they gaslit me. The wolf was there. Fenris was there. And I'm the one that was corrupting them? They're being corrupted right now from a fucking greater spirit. That's nothing but rage. I refuse to let Sean bait me because that's what's gonna happen.
I agree. The way that they treated you up there was horrible. You were not given many chances up there. And if you don't want to go, I can't really force you, but I think it would be good for all of us to go up there as a pack and show them that we're doing good. And not for them, not for them. For us.
I don't even think that we should be caring about what they think at all. There is a mine that has what we need to get rid of this corruption, to be able to help Gaia, to be able to fight the worm. That should be our only concern right now. Even I'm having a hard time with them wanting to retry Delphine. I mean, yes, what happened was shitty, but the punishment already happened. And according to Garou law, it's already been dealt with completely. This isn't making any sense to me at all. So I don't think that we should go up there to prove anything to them, to show them anything, not even for us. I think all we should do is get what we need to be able to fucking fix shit that's going on. It's not even about them. It's not about that pack. It's not about that Sept. It's about helping Gaia. It's about fixing these plants and stopping whatever fucking fungus zombie bullshit is happening right now.
You're right. That is the most important part of this mission. We shouldn't care what they say. We shouldn't care what they think. We were given a mission. It's something we can accomplish because we know the area. We know the people there, which will help us with the deal. That's all we should think about. Because, fuck them. Honestly. Let's just focus on getting this cure for the problem that we have down here. And help as many people as we can.
Rory will continue to just kind of like look through the group, listening to everyone's point. And even if they do try to bait you guys, I have proof that we're improving. Proof against their arguments and the things that they've said about us. They really want to try, and she'll hold the notebook. They can try their hardest. We're proving them wrong.
I don't know, guys. I think it's really fucking weird that they're trying to hold this over our heads instead of, like, you know, fighting to protect Gaia. The whole reason that Garou were created in the first place. Having some weird petty ass squabble over a fucking, like, basically brand new Garou.
It's almost like Sean's a piece
weird.
of shit. Like I've been saying.
They don't sound like real Garou to me. I don't know. Just my opinion.
There is a big difference this time around with us going up. Before, when the trial happened and the punishment was given and we were sent down here, we were still very much at odds with each other. We can still be at odds at times while we've been down here, and we can still get on each other's nerves, and there's still issues that need to be ironed out. But when we go up there, we will have each other to protect one another. We will actually be able to work together to protect each one of us, so something like that doesn't happen. Like I said, this retrial is not happening. It was shot down. I agree that getting shot down was the correct decision. It shouldn't have been brought up. So if we go, all we're going to do is complete the mission. I may have focused more on getting back at them. I may have focused too much on that, but if we can get the cold iron, if we can accomplish what we need to, we would help the Sept so much and get rid of this problem and save people. Make sure that this doesn't spread to others, because obviously this is affecting a huge majority of the country at this point, as far as I'm aware. If it's spread from here all the way to Michigan, God knows how far it's spread. We can get a cure out if we can let people know, other Septs know, then this problem is gone. Or at least a great chance at fighting it is going to be there. And that's the only way that can happen, is if we go up and we secure this trade and we do the mission. We can do that.
So, like, what does securing the trade even mean? Like, what the fuck? If can't they just, like, send it down? We have phones for a reason. If they already had a call about this shit, why can't we just say, yep, send it down? I mean, it sounds like, I don't know, it'd be in their interest to, like, do this so they don't just get fucking brainwashed, murdered by, you know, plants and shit.
We've known about the mine up there for a while. We couldn't secure it. We didn't have the numbers.
So we're going to fucking fight alongside them. Is that what is actually happening?
Probably.
Or more likely, we're gonna fight for them and they're gonna stand behind us while we're doing it, probably. That's what I'm assuming.
What exactly is at the mines?
Pendex.
Rory will run her hands through her hair and just let out a giant sigh.
I am also letting out a giant sigh. Well, I'm going.
Ah, shit. Come on.
It's an Andron-controlled mine.
I agree with Deadbeat. We're not going to fight with them. We're going to fight for them. They're going to just put us up front.
Well,
They can't. They won't. No, because this is what's going to happen. They can't hold a trial, sure, but they can not step in if something bad were to happen to me or Deadbeat. They can just blatantly ignore us.
That is a possibility. That is something that they might be willing to do, because a trial is not going to happen. But with the 6 of us, and we also have the support of the Sept down here, if we have issues, Aspen told me to call. If something happens and they want to do that to us, and we know about it before going to help secure this cold iron, we have other people that are willing to come and help us.
But if we're this suspicious of them already, then why wait until something happens? We need to prepare, Ray.
I agree. And I can bring this up to Aspen when I talk to her next. When we finally come to a decision.
can't we just like drop Charles in from like a plane or something, and he could just single-handedly deal with it all? Like, I feel like he could just clean that out himself.
He's the worm foe and warder of the Sept. He can't just be called away like that.
I should get a title, so I don't have to get called away for stuff like that.
You'd have to get rid of your shame first.
Also,
I'm
you'd have to
trying.
work more. Titles mean responsibilities and work.
God damn it. So what happens if we say no? We say no, and then what? I mean, can we actually really say no? I mean, if you think, isn't like the whole point that we have to like respect what, you know, leader whatever says, and we have to do it?
Except we can't say no because of everything that Juniper just stated. If we say no, we're basically signing death warrants for hundreds of humans.
And Gaia.
That is pretty shitty. I mean, fine. I mean, I'll go, I guess. I mean, what other option do we really have at this point?
We were given an option. We can say no. Aspen did say that we can say no. I agree, Delphine. When you lay everything out, it's tough to say no to. But Aspen knows our deal somewhat with Hell. They know what we've gone through to some extent. They would Aspen understands if we say no. She would figure something out.
Actually, can we just ask for... Wait, can we get something for doing this? Hold on. Why don't we ask for, like, a better place to live? Or, like, something actually help us do this shit? I don't know. Like, there's, like, magical spirit stuff they can give us, right? I mean, shit. Maybe they can give us a couple, and then, like, we can go up there and actually have help.
How about a place to come back to?
Goddamn mistakes. I hate when you make sense.
Here's the deal. I have to go, one way or another. From the sounds of this call, things aren't good up there. And they are my pack, one way or another. They were once my friends. And I know things were bad when I left, but I had to protect you. But they were my pack. And I need to at least see the state of affairs, not to mention all the reasons you mentioned. So one way or another, I will be going to broker this deal. Now, that doesn't mean you all have to go with me. And you should know me well enough to know that if it gets bad enough, I will get out of there and I will return. So whether you stay or not, I'm going. But I will come back. I can assure you of that.
I mean, I've already said that I'm going. I'm not going back on that now.
I mean, if you're going for sure stakes, then I at least definitely got to go too. I can't let you get all the fighting for yourself, you know, all the glory for yourself. You do watch our asses too, so, you know, least we can do.
I want all of us to go, not just to go back to see Hell, but I want us to go because I think that if even one of us is gone, the failure of this mission goes up. I think we work well enough together that we can accomplish this. I don't see full success without everyone.
Delphine, I won't let them hurt you.
I'm not staying there while we're up there. I'll stay in Pinckney, but I am not I'm not setting foot in there. I'm not staying overnight. I'm not sleeping there. I am not speaking to Sean once.
That's fair. And we'll make sure that Sean doesn't speak to you. We'll do our best to make sure that doesn't happen.
I don't think any of us should stay there. I think we should make it a point not to.
But really, on like the fuck you train, I know some guys that probably be willing to like TP the place or like tip some cows or whatever. I mean,
While we didn't follow the litany to the letter while we were up there, if we're going to act as emissaries, which is what we're doing, we should behave as such and be on our best behavior, which means respecting that it isn't our territory and respecting that they are elders. So no cow tipping, no toilet papering, because one offense, just one, gives them all they need. Am I understood?
you got it. I'm gonna need to like make a list of this shit before I leave. So let's make sure I can look back on it. Like, probably not my phone or whatever, but
I finish off my drink and look over to Stakes. Yeah. I understand.
Then let's take a couple weeks, get everything in order down here. This isn't about pride. If this is our home now, then we're doing it for our home. That's all.
hey, but is Rory coming? I don't think Rory answered yet.
I'll support whatever you all do. And I'll back you up, but we're going to be on the front lines. You all know I'm the weakest link.
If it's Pentex who controls the mines, humans aren't that hard to fight.
I mean, didn't they have fungus monsters last time we, stepped on their turf? Wouldn't it be fair to assume they got it again?
It's very unlikely this group will, but we're not sure. That's why we'll need to scout it out. Either way, if it gets bad enough, we can always cut and run.
I would rather take a failed mission at this point than to have something bad happen to one of us and destroy the pack at this point.
And it sounds like we have a plan. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. Before I go, Juniper, can I have a minute?
Yeah.
Stakes walks to the other side of the clearing. And as Juniper follows, she pauses at the edge of the woods, out of earshot of the rest of the pack, and turns to face Juniper. I know you've been avoiding me, and that's all well and good. I can deal with that. But what I can't understand is why I smell blood on you. and she turns into a wolf and runs off into the woods. And that's where our session comes to a close. But not without one last scene. This scene takes us all the way up to the state of Michigan, into a very familiar bar called the Hell Saloon, where a group of Garou are gathered around a table. One, a burly man with red hair and a red beard. Another, a man with black hair and a black beard. And then a woman, very thin and muscular, wearing a sheriff's uniform. They speak in hushed tones, the bar closed for the evening. The woman asks Red, "So, what did they say?" "Well, of course they said no. What did you expect?" Sean, the man with the darker hair, speaks up. "I haven't seen him in quite some time, and it's bothering me. Usually, he's around to give us advice. Usually, he's around to give us guidance. I was hoping if she came back, he would follow. Maybe, just maybe, we can get him to come with them." And this is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description, or come join our community by following that Discord link. Tune in to Rage Across Tampa Tuesday on Twitch at 10 p.m. and return here on YouTube at 10 p.m. on Friday for another, or 7 p.m. on Friday for another episode of Hell Hounds. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening, everyone.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Hell Hounds is produced in arrangement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. The storyteller for Hell Hounds is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Jay, Lilith, Ben, Nikki, and Caity. Theme song Rage Across Tampa lyrics by Preston and Kent. Visit our website at stpbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.